Hello, mic test. Cool. I can hear myself. What's going on, everyone? How's it going? I actually missed Sunday. I had a busy day. There was a family party over at the house, so I couldn't really stream. And I spent a lot of time cleaning up this project yesterday. Um, I felt like it was really heavy. It's like 32 gigs, 35 gigs, I don't know, 30 gigs. Anyway, there were like 32,000 files, and I brought it down to 25,000. So I did a lot of cleanup. I still want to do a lot more, trying to make it easy to work in the project. I fixed a bunch of terrain stuff. Um, this whole island over here was all messed up from Road Architect updating the terrain. So I set up a second terrain. So now this island only gets vegetation when there's one terrain on. So that's fine. I'm going to leave it like that for a long time because I have a feeling I'm still going to edit this terrain. In the end, I think it'll be turned into a mesh anyway. And right now I have two overlapping terrains. Anyway, long story short. So this one in the corner is no longer connected at all to the main one. So when I update roads, it's not going to deform that terrain in any way. And excuse me. I was starting to paint around. It's because I'm kind of getting to a point where I've done a lot and I'm trying to bring it all together. So I realized I should just turn on the stream. And here I am. Yeah, most problems are easy to fix if you can identify what the cause is, and then you could develop a strategy for that. So right now I'm kind of just updating everything with like some really broad strokes to kind of start blocking out what I have in mind. Because I have a pretty large road network now, and I feel like I can start to hone in on some of the details, or at least start bringing these big chunks like together a little bit more by adding some more content to them. So like this, I know it'll be some type of downtown or urban area. So I'm just going to paint all of the terrain with some concrete, and then I'll probably put some buildings here. I was looking at all of the assets I had in the project. I just brought in way too many when I started it. Some of them I'll begin to use today, maybe. I feel like the most important thing to do is get all of the ground at least in order. Once all of the ground is good, then you could start putting all of the buildings and vegetation and all that good stuff. It was a little heavy-handed. Oh man. Unfortunately, can't undo with these textures, something to do with a Unity limitation. I don't know if it's because the texture resolution is too high or because I'm using too many textures. Doesn't really matter though, because I'm going to kind of just paint it the way that I want it in the end anyway. I do think that this area right here is going to be a big grass area, but for right now, I'll just paint it as concrete. I've kind of decided that I think I'm going to focus on this as my main project because I don't have a main project right now. So until I figure out what I'm doing, at least, that's going to be the plan. And maybe I'll stream a little bit more often too. Feel like that's already starting to make it look like it's taken shape. Stop Motion said he was working on the city for his car racing game today too. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I enjoy this more or programming more. I feel like when I'm not programming, I'm not making progress, but at the same time, you definitely need a world for your game. I think I really just want to get to the point where I can start adding some more structures here, so I might actually just block it out with some gray boxing for some buildings, like just put some Unity cubes in there or something. Maybe they might actually be Pro Builder because those are easier to modify. Maestro Gamer said, you guys make music and you'd like to have some of the music in my game, send me an email. And we could talk about it. Exabyte said Unity has finally added Dark UI in their free edition after all these years. Yeah, I'm gonna switch from my Plus plan, which I've been paying for just for the Dark UI, to free probably. I think well, I did put the Plus plan to use this year because I made a game and I used it to remove the logo. A game for Steam, so I think if you have a reason to use it, then it's totally worth it. And that was the reason for me. And over the years, I have like worked on a bunch of freelance projects where I was making builds for clients, and it was always handy to be able to turn off the Unity logo so it's not branded. That's always important when you're doing contract work. Like, yeah, I could make you an app. Why does this app say Unity when it launches? Oh, yeah. Kind of want to turn that off when you're doing some professional work. Yeah, I'll put my email address in there. Yeah, the best thing to do is send me like what the music looks like or sounds like. Send me a link so I could preview it, and then I could let you know what I think. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I'm glad they finally made it free. Like I've had the Plus version for years, and like it sucks paying for it, but like I said, I put it to use. But at the same time, like every time I would look at somebody else's project and they were using the free version, it really hurt my eyes. And every time I would personally open the free version, it hurt my eyes. When you're staring at a screen like that all day, like having those bright colors, I personally did not enjoy that. I think so. All of that'll just be kind of rural road, so I won't put any concrete around it. Maybe by this bridge. Yeah, I think Unity has to do some stuff to start getting some new customers. A lot of my perception, at least, is a lot of the new users are just trying Unreal first, even if they would be better off using Unity, just because reasons like dark skin. Or bugs. So I'm glad they're starting to listen to the community again. I will definitely be taking advantage of that, at least for a few months. I think my subscription ends sometime soon. Either that or I just renewed it. Hopefully I didn't just renew it. I don't know what I want to do with this rock wall. I kind of need it because it provides a blocker for occlusion culling. I also feel like I should solve this tunnel stuff. I need some lights in there. So I got to make some pieces that can be attached to the spline. Or modify the current pieces. Yeah, that sounds good, Maestro. Just send me something whenever you have it. And then I will let you know what I think about it. Should I work on this airport? No. I really want to work on that airport because it needs to be super optimized. And that's probably the most unoptimized piece in the scene right now. Stop Motion says you had some shortcuts on and off in the city that you're working on. Yeah, I'll be doing that too. I'm looking at 8 square miles right now, so I'm just trying to block out something. I think a few weeks ago, I've only been working on this a day a week. Basically when I would stream, so I haven't really worked on it very often, to be honest. But looking at it now, I feel like it's starting to really take shape, and I could define some shortcuts if I want. I'm going to be adding a bunch of jumps, shortcuts, just different things. And I think I'm going to think about that more when I start working on the gameplay. Like, I think that there's going to be a phase where I'm doing this right now, and then I'm going to go through and play with adding, like starting to add the game progression. That was weird. So very soon I'm going to be working on starting the game progression. And that's why I started to clean up the project a bit too. I'm going to need to put streetlights out in this, like throughout this entire road network. So that's also a major task. I'm probably not going to do that on stream because it's pretty boring. Maybe I will though. I don't know. So what to do next? I want to get in those tunnels, but the tunnels doesn't help me like with this top-down view, like making it look finished. So I think I'm going to ignore the tunnels. I think I'm just going to block out some buildings over here. And I actually want to look into the... I'm just going to use some placeholder ones. Is this the one that I was looking at? Yeah, I think this was the pack I was looking at. I bought this city pack, which it was good, but it wasn't good. Like, all of the models, the person who created them, like, they took off the roofs. So anything that was like from top down, like, so if I want to use those, I have to fill the holes. And then also There's something really nice about them is that they're all using a texture atlas, which is amazing. But like, you could probably see it. Oh, yeah, no. See, there's floor geometry. Yeah, this is a bad asset. There's like floors in the building, which doesn't make sense why he cut off this exterior geometry if you're going to leave the interior geometry. As much as I want to use these, I don't want to use those. Yeah, I'm not going to use those. I gotta just delete those because I'm going to be tempted. And I think I should just spend a few bucks to get better models than try to figure out how to make all of those not be bad. I will keep the banners though, like they have a bunch of signage that I can go in and edit the atlas for. Well, let's see, I wasn't paying attention to chat. Oh, breakable shortcuts. Yeah, those are something that when I was playing Rogue Trip growing up, I always loved finding secrets. I don't know if I'll do that in the racing game, but maybe. I don't think anybody here is racist, Maestro gamers. That's not really publicly acceptable. Yeah, I would honestly my advice is to ignore the people that say things like that. People are always going to be ignorant in life, and that's just unfortunately part of life. There's nothing wrong with anybody's skin color. There's something wrong with the people who think that there is. No. People are people. It'll probably be something that you have to deal with forever. But eventually you'll meet people and hang out with people that are like-minded as you, and it'll be better. And that's what you should look for in life. When you go places and you experience stuff like that, those are just probably people you don't want to be hanging around with in the first place. But yeah, those sound like bad people to me. I do have another building pack, but I don't think that that pack is what I want. I guess I could just do more Seascape stuff, but I don't want to keep using Seascape. But you know what? Whatever. I think I just will. So for right now, I'm going to cheat a little bit. This is a trick that I did when I started this project. Just grab the Seascape demo scene. And I'll drag it and drop it into this scene. And then I'll find a bunch of buildings that kind of just look decent. And I'll bring them into the scene, out of that scene. Okay, so see buildings. Whoa, it's like an underwater city. Cool. It's always interesting when you just do something random and something in your scene just like produces an interesting looking visual result or physics result. That was a cool visual result. Okay, so what buildings do I want? A lot of these buildings are not really what they appear to be, too. Like there's multiple buildings stacked on top of each other. That one might look okay. I'm just gonna grab all of them and pull them over there. It's really hard to like kind of feel what they'll look like the way I'm looking at it right now. Yep, Atlantis. I found it. I don't think there's enough underwater games. I think that's an underserved market. I think other than BioShock, I can't really think of a game that's underwater. Yeah, Seascape uses um, a custom shader for fake interiors. It's pretty cool. It's not the best on the market, but it's pretty good. Like so for a racing game like what I'm making, you're never actually gonna see that stuff. If you stop and drive by it, like you get some good looking interiors. And if you're going at a fast speed, then you're not even gonna notice it. It's just gonna look good enough for sure. This one looks like it could be a condo building. Let's bring that one over. Yeah, so it's not rendering properly right now. Um, Maybe it is, but here's an example of Seascape's textures. They do a really good job, actually. But I think it updates at runtime too. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't know if this is actually what the building looks like. I think it'll update a little bit. If I do end up just using these Seascape buildings, which I might, because I kind of want to just get to a point where I can finish this game. I think if I just use all Seascape buildings, I'm definitely going to be able to get there faster and cheaper. Oh, this is a pretty big area that I blocked out. Let me think about it a minute. This pretty large size. Hmm. what I did with the other island is I just took blocks like this and eventually just played with all of the procedural buildings and removed a bunch of them, made some bigger. But this will let me kind of just start to get a feel for what I'm doing. Maestro says you could technically use real world car models and not get sued. You can't use their names, and you can't use models that you don't have the right to use. So if there's a logo on that car model, you can't use it. The best rule of thumb. Oh, what did I do? I grabbed a road. Now my whole terrain's gone. Yeah, I knew I was gonna have to fix that at some point. Here's that point. That's terrain 1. I did just paint that terrain, which that sucks. Okay, well, whatever. I lose the painting that I did. That was just like a few minutes worth of work. I really love version control. If you guys don't use it, I can't recommend it enough. Especially if you're working on a large project with a lot of different moving pieces. Files can just get changed, and when you work with version control, you could just revert it. And look, it's back now. Really quick, I gotta address this. I need to reset all of the terrain history inside of Road Architect. Where's that stuff at? Oh, I'm in the wrong workspace. There we go. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, they had a lot of realistic looking cars and they just changed their names to animal names. But they were all kind of inspired by the original ones. Yeah, some of those free models, the artists are a little less than honest. Like they'll take models made by somebody else and then they'll just remove the logos and put them up there. So they, just because they're available, you might not have the right to use that model. So you could get into some trouble for doing something like that. So where is all of this stuff? Because I gotta figure this out. This road system. Can't have it break in my terrain. Reset. 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 Hopefully after doing this, it will work as I expect it to. Would I create my own custom game engine if I knew how to? I probably do. Well, the thing is, like, anything technical is just a series of steps that you take to bring pieces of code together. I would not create my own game engine. The reason being, I have almost a decade's worth of experience in Unity. And if you're going to create your own game engine, you're literally starting with nothing. So the first thing you need to do is figure out, okay, how do you import a model in there and render it? And then you got to figure out, okay, how are you doing lighting? And I've never worked with C++, but from what I understand, C++ is the language you would use to create your own game engine. And with a tool like Unity off the shelf available for free, I really don't comprehend why anyone would create their own game engine. I see some people doing it, and I recognize the value that it provides them. I've seen a few people on YouTube do it, and they're kind of just getting into game development, and they create fun content out of it, so they're able to be successful in that regard and learn at the same time. And I think that if you're able to do that, then that's amazing. But me personally, no, I wouldn't. And if I had somebody give me a big budget to make a game, I would rather spend that budget on creative talent, like artists and designers, instead of programming talent. Because when you think about it from the real world perspective, it's like, well, you have a budget and you have to make a return on your investment. So the more you spend making an engine, yeah, it's just going to be really expensive. I think only very large companies can do that. So let me disable these buildings for a moment so I can repaint this. This time I'm going to do it super fast. And I'm only going to do this area. I should have submitted that last time I did it. Oh well. Me personally, though, sometimes I like doing things for the challenge, but I don't think I would ever create a game engine for the challenge. Maybe if I didn't have to worry about income or anything like that, and I had tons of free time, I think that would be like a phenomenal technology to explore. There's a lot of indie game devs that do kind of create their own engine and stuff. Like Jonathan Blow, that's what he does. Oh man, this is still messed up. Whatever, I'll fix that at some point. I think I'm going to have a lot of that on this area. Okay, now let me try updating all road networks. Yeah, like if you're a Rockstar game developer, I don't mean Rockstar as the company, I mean like if you really know what you're doing and you're gonna make something and you know it's gonna be successful, you get to keep all of the royalties for yourself and you don't have to pay anybody any fees if you build your own engine. And I think that the more you know about what you're going to make and how, the easier that decision would be. What's up? Why are you doing this? Hmm. Well, at least this island over here is not getting deformed. What did I do? I thought I had everything sorted out. I'll be right back. I need to turn on a fan. Yeah, people are watching me, have no idea what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to control Z. That road is still out in the middle of nowhere. I need to figure out how to get the terrain back up properly. Okay, I'm just gonna... I think the best thing to do at this point to revert the scene. I'll grab those buildings again. Those buildings are not priority anymore. Yeah, stop motion. That's just part of development. Like, no matter how bad you want to just sit down and like do something, something technical will always get in the way. So I think the sooner you get used to dealing with it, the better off you'll be. What's up, Cloud Strife? You're my hero. I'm actually playing your latest adventure right now. The remake of it. Pretty good. Josh said, has anyone tried out the new input system? He's using the old one in the current project, but wondering if he should switch over. I want to try the new one. I think it's more optimized and efficient. Like from what I understand, it's kind of like a callback based system, so you're not constantly querying if a key was pressed, for example. So if in your primary update loop you have like 10 different inputs that you're constantly checking, that has a performance impact. Whereas the new input system, you're not constantly querying, you just get a callback when that is pressed, and then you could like hook up a function to respond to that callback. That's my interpretation of it. So I want to try it out personally, but once I'm done with level design, I think I might. Your game's only targeted at Mac OS, Windows, Linux for keyboards and controllers. I think honestly, like, unless you feel like you will gain a lot of performance from doing so, I don't think it's worth it. I think if you have something working, just and it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Jack says when he gets a problem in his scene, he saves it to a new duplicate and compares the old and the new to find the issue. Yeah, that's basically it. Process of elimination. Process of elimination always helps. My workflow is to use version control, and when I break something, then I just revert it, unless I can quickly figure out what I broke, and then I could retrace my steps. And then if I keep breaking it, then I realize what I'm doing to break something, and then I try to find a new procedure, which is basically what I'm doing now. So I think let me see. Maybe if I let me try disabling. It's because I'm trying to work with two terrains and they're not set up properly. They're basically overlapping each other. I think that's the same issue that's happening with Vegetation Studio. And this is just a temporary thing where I have these two terrains. Well, temporary until I'm done with the scene. And then they're all going to be turned into geometry. So I'll disable terrain 0. And let me try to update all roads and see if that breaks. I'll keep. What is it doing down there? Well, so I think it was the two terrains overlapping each other issue. And that one right there, I know what that is. I think, at least. So again, I'll revert that terrain. And what am I doing? That's not what I want. Okay, so let's see what I got. Revert all of those. That was the mistake. revert that. I'm just going to press it. Oh, I have to check those out first. Right, I just reverted them. I reverted them because I think they had a change when I accidentally grabbed that node. Okay. Take 10. I don't think it's been 10 tries, but I suspect that it worked. Okay, cool. So I have figured out the issue and resolved it. I lost a little work, but that's okay. Back to the drawing board. This time I'm not gonna paint concrete on the other stuff. I'm just gonna stay focused on this area. I will paint some concrete over here though. Okay, now that I know what I'm doing, let me get that seascape scene again. Actually curious of something. Yeah, I don't need that other krypton. I just need the actual buildings. I kind of want to look into creating custom seascape buildings. I think that would be very cool. I also want to look at the new builder update. I'm hesitant though because Seascape is just really optimized, which means that I just don't have to worry about performance for any of these buildings. I don't think there's a more optimized building pack on the asset store. believe right around there is where I want them. Just trying to line up all of the buildings so they're basically at the correct elevation. I just need to drag them over. That's way too many. Yeah, I love isometric mode. I use that all the time. How long will I be streaming? I don't know. I've become a night owl lately. I'm like staying up really late, waking up late. So I'll probably be working on this into the wee hours of the next morning. But I don't think I'll be streaming that long. I'll probably be streaming for a while. I don't feel like I'm going to stop anytime soon. My major goal right now is to try to get to a point where I can just feel like I'm making some type of progress. Like I know I've been doing some stuff in this project, but I feel like it's really crawling. So I kind of need to like just accelerate development a little. That being said, I'm just trying to spend more time on it. Maybe one more chunk. Bring this chunk. Now I feel like with all of the buildings that I just grabbed, I probably have enough to scale these up a little bit, up and out. Not like up vertically, but just make them longer horizontally. Width and depth. Like what I did over on this side, I created a lot of big buildings. They were just like big fat buildings. And this is good for a few different reasons. The primary reason is like if you're on this street and you're looking down. Now, if you're only taking the buildings draw calls into consideration, you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not bad compared to having like if they were much smaller buildings, you could have like let's say you had 10 buildings on each block, you'd be looking at 100 objects instead of 10. So that's something that I'm thinking about here, but I also think that I will have some who was talking about that? I think Stop Motion was saying that they were doing shortcuts and stuff like that. That is also something that will happen here. I put a lot of shortcuts in this area, so like I created some alleyways, for example. just little hidden areas between the streets. There's no terrain here, so it's kind of a little weird right now. As much as I love the way all these buildings look, I think just from a performance perspective, I'll change it. Let me get another chunk buildings for right here. You have to leave for an estimated 12 minutes. I'll try to hold on. I'll hold on to my mouse and move it around while I wait for you. Okay. I think that's good enough. Do I want to put any buildings anywhere else? I still want regular houses. I think I'm just gonna ignore that idea for right now. So where else do I want to put some buildings? Let's put some buildings like over here. So I need to create some more roads. So I think what I want is like this intersection right here. I want it to have buildings at the entire intersection. But I don't. Yeah. Maybe I'll. Where do I want that other road? Okay, so this road right here. I'm gonna add a node. And this road will go this way and then intersect up that way. Where's the new road that I just created? Did I create it? I don't think I did. Oh, I did, but I didn't start a node yet. Okay. Wow, lots of updating. What's my favorite game at the moment? I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm highly enjoying it. I am mostly only playing it when I'm tired and don't feel like working anymore, so I kind of am like playing at a turtle's pace. I kind of miss the old way that that game used to play, but at the same time, I don't dislike the new uh, game mechanics that they came up with. It's interesting to see how they remade it in the modern age. And it's also interesting because their worlds are very big, so being able to observe what they did in that world is and how they did it is really interesting. Like I think they blend between skyboxes, custom skyboxes for their background, which is a really interesting approach. Yeah, it's a remake. It's not the same. Like me personally, I would have loved to have turn-based combat back, but I am also enjoying the new combat mechanics. So it took me a long time to figure out how to properly play and switch between the characters. Like that was really complicated in the beginning. I think I'm kind of sad about it though because like I know I'm gonna finish it soon, and then I'm gonna have to wait another year and a half for the next episode because I guess they're gonna make 3 episodes for that game. What about you, Josh? What are you playing? I always get so happy when the intersections work. That's great. Coffee is giving me heartburn. I think I'm switching to water. Man, it sucks starting to get older. Your body just like starts reacting differently to stuff. Let's see if this intersection comes out good. Sweet. Oh, excuse me. I hope that's not coming through on the mic. Or WoW and Warcraft 3. Yeah, I miss WoW so much. Excuse me. I love it. When I played World of Warcraft, I loved just doing battlegrounds and arena. I played as an elemental shaman and a restoration shaman on the Horde faction. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. You're hearing that coffee has made me feel not good. Okay, so what am I doing in this area? I kind of got to figure out some of this elevation now since I'm starting to plan out some buildings. I want to put a waterfall in here somewhere. A waterfall in a lake. I think it's going to happen somewhere over from this mountainous area. Basically, because it's high ground here and kind of goes to lower ground over there. I think that's probably the best location for a waterfall. Maybe I should try No Man's Sky one day. I probably should, just from like a curiosity perspective. What is going on with this? I wish Blizzard would remake the original Warcraft, Warcraft 2. These updates on this road network are starting to take long. This intersection needs help. Why is it so raised? There we go. Warcraft 1 and 2 were some of the first video games that I ever played. I loved them. My brother had a Windows 95 PC and he was just playing all the different games. I remember that and a game called Phantasmagoria. Very cool click to move, kind of like suspense game. Not even click to move, like, I don't even know what those were called. They were like FMV based games, full motion video based games. This one has a rotation, that's weird. Let's do some smoothing. Not that much opacity. Actually, kind of want to. What do I want to do? I'm going to put buildings here, so it kind of needs to be much flatter than it is. And this texture's confusing me. I did not have an Intellivision. I think my older brother had an Atari, but one of my mom's friends had an Atari. So when we would go over there, I would play his Atari. He had a bunch of games. My first actual console was that was for me and not my older brother was a Super Nintendo. We had a Sega Genesis before that, but that was my older brother's too. He was really kind of selfish with his games and didn't like to share. So we would watch him play. I think the earliest games that I kind of remember playing were like Nintendo games. But again, I didn't have a Nintendo. It was at another one of my mother's friend's house. would play Paperboy and Ninja Gaiden and Uncle Fester's Adam Family, Ninja Turtles. What am I looking for? Set height. I think I'm just going to grab the height around this and kind of just make a perimeter. And then I'll smooth everything in the middle. Yeah, those were the good old days, right? Kicking back, no worries. Some of the best video games that were ever made. Oops. Oh, too much. All right, well, let's smooth this out. I think this is just going to be a... I don't know if I want to... I'm using set height, not smooth height. I could have sworn I switched it. Old consoles are the best. Yeah, whatever. Set height was fine. I'm just going to roll with it. This could be some kind of like ridge or something. Maybe there'll be a building right here. What is this? Road 8? No, I don't think I want it to be a ridge. Maybe, I don't know. Let's go back with the original plan. Okay, let's actually switch it to smooth height this time. There we go. And let me just smooth out a little bit over here. I was actually obsessed with old school consoles for a long time. I did not want to let them die. The first thing I did when I got a smartphone was figure out how to put a Super Nintendo and PlayStation emulator on it. I think that looks good enough. Let me grab some more buildings and just toss them over there in that little section. I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I think I'm just gonna keep creating some little subsections like this for a little bit. Imitators on smartphones? Emulators. It's software that acts like hardware. I forget which ones I used. I still have them in files someplace. Since then, though, they've made the Super Nintendo Classic and stuff like that, and PlayStation Classic, so you kind of get a better nostalgic feeling than playing on your smartphone. Okay, that should be good enough. So many buildings. I have to clean this up soon. Well, I feel like it's starting to get filled up. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of detail work that needs to get done. Pick another section. So let's have this road kind of go over here. Okay. I'm going to need a couple more points on this route. Oh, there's going to be tons of Easter eggs. That's going to be the fun part. I feel like there's so much time spent on creating this world that I'm going to have to spend an equal amount of time making it like enjoyable to discover things in. I think the gameplay that I'm planning though is going to have Easter eggs in it just by design. There's going to be decisions that you can make in the game, and depending on which decision you make, that'll influence like what options you have after that. So it's kind of like branching routes or branching dialogue. So let's put a point right here. So I think this is going to be where the intersection is. Let me plan this out a little bit better. I don't know what kind of Easter eggs I'll put in here yet, though. But there definitely will be some. Now this would be a cool instance to have Digger and kind of create like a little cave type overhang, and this road goes over it, and then this racetrack would kind of be like under that. But I'm not going to buy Digger just for that. But that would be a cool purpose for it. I'm trying to think if I want to put like a bridge that goes over this racetrack. No, I don't know. I think it'll just go around it. I should add an Easter egg from Remnants of the Dawn. What kind of Easter egg would you add from Remnants of the Dawn? I mean, I guess you don't know the game as well as I do. I've made it and it's not released yet, so it's kind of just, I don't know what I would put in here. Maybe I'll just put the main hero, Jack, in there somewhere. He's like one of the enemy racers. One of the things that I want to do is, I used to love to draw graffiti when I was younger. I will definitely be putting a lot of my graffiti art in here. I'll probably get to a point where I just get back into it. Maybe there'll be some decals that you could paint on cars and stuff, but there'll probably be graffiti on walls for sure. That is my own personal art. It's not really an Easter egg, but to me that would be really cool. Yeah, I grew up drawing graffiti with my friends. It was a lot of fun. And they were like light years ahead of me. I was pretty good. I wasn't horrible. But they were really, really good. And I think them being so good inspired me to get better. I'm using the standard pipeline. I tried to use lightweight and HDRP like briefly when I first started the project, and I felt like there were just too many limitations. Specifically, most of the assets that I've purchased over the years weren't supported by the pipelines at that point. I think a lot of them are now. But I just had so much experience working with the built-in standard pipeline over the years that, like, to me it's second. It's like I know it like the back of my hand. So like simple things like the way you access materials, properties, etc. They're different in those pipelines, which means all of the code needs to change to be updated to that. And it's just like a whole big pain. So my thought process was finish a game using what I know instead of trying to learn something new that's not really ready. I think they just came out of preview. And I started this game project about a year ago. I put it down for a long time. But since I picked it back up, I started playing with the latest version of Unity. I'm getting all caught up. Maybe once I'm done, I will evaluate switching over before final release. But I have a feeling that anything that I end up doing with those would be for another game. Just to make it easier. Okay, so the road's there, it's just not updating the terrain the way I want it to. Try raising this a little bit. I think the only thing that I'm missing for this project that comes with, I mean, besides better quality, is the area light from HDRP. I would love to have put one of those as like an undercarriage light for the race cars. Well, not bad. That little section of road kind of helped fill it in a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you, Nixty. I think that there was obviously like a performance impact with them. Um, I did a lot of work using C# jobs and managers to kind of get like optimization in place on the CPU side. I don't know how much of an impact, like even switching, I don't even know if it would be possible to build an open world racing game using HDRP. I would imagine lightweight render pipeline, you could probably do it and you should get better performance, but lightweight render pipeline, I don't believe can look as good as standard. You want to see me drive through the city? I could drive through the city. I've actually done a lot of work. Let's see, I've been streaming for almost 2 hours. I should save everything and submit it to Perforce. And then I could do a quick drive through. Let's see, I'll enable the terrain. I think I gotta disable all of these extra buildings too. This is the first time I'll actually have content on this side of the map that you can see, like these buildings. It still needs streetlights and stuff like that. There's so much that it needs on this side. I could do a drive through. I like to kind of see what I've put here just to kind of get a feeling of how it feels. But yes, I always will do a drive-through at the end. And somebody was asking if I'm going to make another devlog. I probably will make another devlog soon. I kind of just want to get to a point where this side of the island is playable. But I think that there's a lot of stuff that I could put in the devlog. Okay, and I know there's a light in here somewhere that I need to turn off. I had that nice and named and organized properly. Let's see. Temp, scene light, scene view light. Yeah, I wish, maybe there is. I wish there was a control for the intensity of the scene view light, because this is, because my scene is a nighttime scene, this is what it looks like by default when I look at the scene view with the lights on. Hold on, Unity's updating. And then when I turn it off, it's still pretty dark. I wish Unity had a slider so I could just increase the intensity, but because they don't, I have that temp light, which will let me see it like this. But anyway, it's clunky and not really fun to work around. You were asking, is this the whole world map? Yes, this is the world map for my scene. It's 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers. And at one point it was highly optimized. Now I need to, since I have a bunch of procedural content in it, I'm going to need to finalize it. But that it's going to kind of be clumped into a major task. I spent a lot of time optimizing. A lot. It's basically all I've done. Yeah, Seascape makes it. Seascape really does a lot of it too. And I also have multiple scenes, so not all of the content is in this scene. This is just the art scene. There's a main scene that loads the art scene. In the main scene, there's this is where I have basically all of the game logic. So this is where the traffic signals are. Let's see how well you can see this stuff. And you could see I was just working on that small little area. This is the tiny island. And then I have all of the AI traffic routes here. All of the streetlights are in the scene because they're using a job system. The UI is in the scene, the level manager. Basically anything that relies on some type of manager or logic is in the scene. Except Vegetation Studio Pro, that's in the other scene. I don't remember why. I'm pretty sure I had to have that in that scene though. For some reason. Or that's just the way the cards fell. Anyway, let me submit this. And I'll do a quick playthrough for you guys. You reconcile the offline work. Okay, cool. I still need to update the traffic system to the latest version. I was going to do that, but I spent too much time cleaning up and removing unused assets yesterday. And I kind of want to reapproach the scene initialization logic because it takes about 25 to 30 seconds to load the scene. And that's because all of the different objects in the scene are registering with various managers. And I think that could be better optimized to reduce scene loading time. I could probably pre-register them too. Create like a bake button or something. Oh man, I need to rebake occlusion culling. So you guys are probably going to see a lot of popping. Something that I want to do very soon is start to put some streetlights here. Because that'll definitely make this not feel so empty. Okay, so this is that bridge. That means that new intersection should be right up here. That's the one that I was just working on. Well, this is kind of cool. So you get a little bit of a vista view of that racetrack from over here. Came out nice. And let's get to that new area. I could start to see the shadow of the buildings or the silhouette. Yeah, these buildings look cool over here. Different feel than the actual city because this area is more open. I want to play with the lighting too, but I don't want to get lost in that. So I'm trying my hardest to not touch lighting at all. Oh, that's not a road. Now we're getting into some stuff that actually looks okay. Oh my god, so much occlusion culling, popping. Yeah, I guess I can't really see this very well. Can't see it at all, actually, because the occlusion culling. Let's just go into the city and drive around a little bit. Well, it feels like it's starting to come together. I really do want to start playing with gameplay, though. And I want to make a bunch of other props too, like different than the streetlight. So just more destructible props. I think there's still going to be some things that I want to do in this area of the city too. Like I didn't start experimenting with tunnels when I built this area of the city. The Unity tunnel system or the Unity paint hole in terrains feature did not exist. So I want to create some like underpasses. Like maybe right here there might be an underpass that kind of just goes under a couple of these streets and shows up at another area. Some of the races that I'm going to want to do are going to be races where you can hit waypoints in any order. You just got to hit them all. So I think that having lots of different pathways through the city will be a lot of fun. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. How am I doing the God ray effect on the streetlights? So the streetlights are that's part of that optimization thing that I did. So where's the player cart? Turn off these gizmos. So these streetlights are, I actually really like this system. I have this thing called the Streetlight Manager, and it basically creates LODs. Like it's like a custom LOD system. LODs are by nature is just reserved for mesh, but the concept behind LOD is like based on the distance to that object, you're just going to change the settings to improve performance. So I applied that concept to the traffic lights. So I have this traffic light manager that manages all of the different components on the traffic light, and it does it through a C# job. So like you'll notice that if we look over here, none of these lights are actually on. And that's kind of what's going on. It's checking to see if the light is in view, and it's also checking to see if the light is a specific distance away. And if it is in view, then the light is allowed to be able to do what it does, which is have all of these components that I'm going to share right now. So let's see. So there's a box collider and a rigid body, and that's how I drive into them. And I know you asked about the volume light effect. But what I'm doing is I have this LOD. It's not a good name, but it's LOD check streetlight script. And it basically toggles on and off the various components of this streetlight object, which is the mesh renderer itself, the rigid body. So like when you want to disable the rigid body calculations while you're far away from it. So there's a box collider on it, and when the box collider is triggered, that's when the rigid body becomes enabled. Other than that, the rigid body is always disabled. And then the rest of what the script is doing is basically just within the job system, and it's on the light itself. I have a light component, and then I'm using volumetric light beam. Is that what it was called? Yeah, it's called volumetric light beam. I love this asset. So this is it. And basically, to be able to have so many lights on in the scene at a time, that's where I'm using the job system to manage the actual light and the volume light beam settings. So basically, when you're close to the light, the light's going to be on, and excuse me, it's shadow type is going to be set to soft shadows, and then a different LOD would set it to hard shadows if you're farther away, and then it would turn all of the shadows off if you're too far away, because you can't really see the shadows like 100 meters down the street, for example. And then I also turn off the volume beam effect at a specific distance, and that's what the LOD system does. It's a pretty complex setup, but it has really nice results. And I think that I can basically just swap out the mesh and create all different types of lights And kind of they would still be able to be used by the streetlight manager system. And those are the streetlights. Yeah, I had a lot of fun building those. I think that's my favorite part of this project is the streetlights. Once I update the traffic system and kind of like get it to a good place in this project, I think that'll be my favorite part of the project. It's just such an old version. And I need to play with the settings to have them better populate the streets. But yeah, so this is the racing city. And I think I really need to play with the physics on the car controller too. Like I said, I'm holding off on all of that for a little bit longer until I'm done with at least as much of the open world as possible. I'm not going to fully detail the open world before I start working on game design and gameplay. But I'm going to build it up a lot more than it is currently. All right. Back to the art scene. As I'm looking at this now, I think that's part of why there's not a lot of traffic. I don't see a whole lot of spawn points. These blue boxes are the spawn points for AI traffickers. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully it helps. I have a lot of fun when I build this stuff, so if anything I do can be useful, I'm more than happy to share. Yeah, that right there, the loading time for opening the scene, that's the only thing I really hate about this project, working with very large scenes. But considering the size of the scene, it actually, I guess 30 to 45 seconds isn't that bad, but it adds up. So like if you reload the scene 10 times, that's 5 minutes. All right, and now I got to turn on this temp scene view light so I could see everything. And I have to disable this terrain over here so the road architect system doesn't wig out. And I need to check out these. All right. Okay, so what is next? I think the challenge when building a game, and you kind of get to this point, is realizing you're not a AAA developer and you have to make compromises and just accepting those compromises early on, which is something that's hard, really hard for me to do. I think I've mentioned this before, and there's a few other people that have the same problem. It's like related to perfectionism. But I'm on a shoestring budget, so I think I'm just gonna kind of keep doing what I've done here today, which is just put these seascape buildings all around. I really want different styles of buildings in different districts, and maybe that'll happen. But I think at this point right now, I'm just going to keep putting placeholders. So I'm going to put a few placeholder buildings over here. think this road needs to come down. Let's landscape a little over here. Put some buildings. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna leave this hill so it could be an occlusion culling blocker. And I'm only gonna put buildings like in this foreground area next to the road. I kind of want this to be all water right here. And I think there's going to be another bridge over here. I know I'm jumping around. I'm just thinking about multiple things at the same time. Anyway, back to what I'm currently trying to do. I think I get excited sometimes when I make progress and I want to do things in all of the different areas. And I need to hold myself back. Yeah, Josh, you're right. Game jams are a good way to exercise moving past that perfection. I've thought about it like part of me just wants to like take my racing template and just make a bunch of mobile games, because I could probably make like a mobile racing game in a day using the template. But it's my perfectionism that I think stops me from doing that. Especially now with like tools like Racetrack Generator and stuff like that, you could like I could really do all of those basics. I'm just not satisfied with that type of work, which is why I don't do that. And I feel like if I do a game jam, I don't know if that's an effective use of my time right now. I know you get good skills from it. It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I need to figure out what I want to do. Working on Remnants of the Dawn for a while, I think I really got burnt out with that. And it took me a while to get back into this project. I feel like I can like stay in this project if I want to and keep making good progress. The question is, do I want to do that? Do I want to do smaller stuff? Am I like, I don't know what I'm focused on right now. My head is like all messed up. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing over the years, and that's why I've eventually made it this far to a point where like I'm able to build big worlds and kind of do the things that I want to do. Had I not continued working on this project over the years, I would not be able to do this. So like there's a good side of perfectionism, and that's the positive side. The negative side is I don't have a finished game. Well, I do Remnants of the Dawn, but that's not the racing game. I think perfectionism for this game, the thing that has hit me the hardest is that I see the potential of what it can be, and I just don't have the budget to bring it to where its potential is. Um, so perfectionism and stopping it would be to just accept that I need to make limitations, like only using seascape buildings, at least for that big first pass. Because I know if I put only seascape buildings throughout this entire world, then it's going to run really well. I mean, obviously, there would be some hero buildings and stuff like that too. And it's also going to be quick for me to do. I don't need to find more assets. Oh, what am I looking for? Terrain. And set height. Part of me stopping perfectionism was not using HDRP because I did really want to use it. And now that it's out of preview, I wanted even more to like give it a second chance, but that's the kind of thing that would just like take me nowhere for 2 weeks. I think for a project this scale, it's just making sure that you're always working toward the finishing goal. So I think for this area, I'm just going to lower the height. You said you noticed in Arcade Racer that the terrain is way below the game world, down in the shadows. Hmm. I don't remember. And I think I actually just deleted that scene from this project. I think I started building on, like, with the terrain at level 0, at height 0. That was the problem. So, like, the area where the water is actually 0 height. And I should have added more height. Oh. Oh, well then maybe I moved it up higher. I don't recall. That was the first larger scale terrain scene that I ever built, which kind of prepared me for this one. And I'm using completely different tools for this one than what I used in that one. This one's, I feel like it's actually similar to what you're describing. Like, because sea level is actually, so sea level's here, and let's see, where's the fake water? And if I do set height, I did this a few times, but I kept overriding it. Oh yeah. So this is 0 height on the terrain, and the terrain is at 0. So like underwater areas actually pretty far down from like where actual sea level is. What I'm going to do with this one is I'll just end up cutting it out. Like anything that's underground is just going to get cut out. Yeah, that terrain from Arcade Racer, believe it or not, it took me like 6 months to build in my spare time. Way too long. But I learned a lot from it. And sometimes like learning is what takes the most time. Like there's things that I did in that scene that I would never do in this scene. Like how I'm painting the actual terrain with concrete texture. In that scene, I actually made concrete mesh with ProBuilder, and that was a mistake. And that's probably where you're seeing the terrain underneath and stuff like that. Yeah, there was a lot of room for optimization in that. Where's my road system? There it is. This section came out okay. Needs a little bit more smoothing. Let me give it one more pass. Maybe this node just needs to be pulled down a little. You know what? I am just going to ignore that for right now because that's detail work that I can do later. Let's just bring some buildings over here for placeholder. And create a parent for all these new buildings. Will I have a moving train or a railway? Probably. I think that I want to have a lot of different types of environmental things. So one of the things I did when I was doing freelancing was I worked on a project for Carnival Cruise for the artists. I primarily like one of the last things I did on that project was work with an art studio, and we were making all of the different destinations that Carnival Cruise had, and it was just amazing to watch them build out scenes for different cities. And some of the things that they did to bring them to life were just like really little subtle animations that they would add to the scenes, like boats driving around in the water, a train that would drive through. And all of that stuff was really like far in the background, but it kind of just gave your eye something to look at. So that had a lot of influence on me. It's kind of interesting for me to be able to be the artist here on this project. Because I learned a lot working with them. I guess those would be considered the little Easter eggs that they put in the scenes. So I would probably do a lot of stuff similar to that. Like, I think anything I could think of, if it's something that's not going to cost me a ton of money and it's possible to do, I'll do it. That's why I picked up the airport, so I could have airplanes and helicopters flying through every once in a while. I do want to create some kind of port or shipyard and maybe put some cruise ships out there. And there's going to be some background islands around this island. Probably see some background buildings over there. I don't know what I'm going to do. It'll be places that the player can never reach. I'll probably have some hot air balloons or blimps. There will probably be a garage that the player has. Yeah. I haven't really decided on that yet. Because really, I could go in any direction. I think it's really about what kind of game do I want to create and sitting down and thinking about that. And I think the best way to figure that out is to not really plan it all out, but instead get this open world level set up, figure out where the player is going to start, and just start building brick by brick until something kind of feels right. And if it doesn't feel right, then I'll continue iterating. I imagine there will be a lot of iteration on the game design. And really, I guess it kind of depends how much time I'm gonna like totally invest in this project to finish it. So I think once it gets to a playable state, I may evaluate trying to see if I could get any type of funding to put a little bit more like AAA polish into it, like to get more assets. That's probably going to be the biggest factor. Is how much more I can afford to spend on this project. So I don't think I would ask for something large. I think I would just probably, like, at that point I would be able to plan stuff out. So if I have ideas for like what I could do with a specific amount of money, what else I could do, I should say. Because I don't need money to build the game. Like, I could build the game. But money would be useful to help make it better. Am I currently using or plan on using some kind of open world streaming solution? No. You said you started using Sector in your project and it took your FPS from 80 to 200. I know it could do a lot of stuff like that. I mean, maybe I might evaluate it at the end if I feel like I'm having performance issues. But right now, the only reason I would actually use something like that is if I'm having performance issues to start with. And I don't know if I'm going to have performance issues. Right now, my scene is well, before I started building this whole large area, I had that small area over there, which is still pretty large. That was running over 100 frames per second in a build. And that was my last benchmark. So I was happy with that. But I guess it really depends if I have a need for that. Right now, I don't have a need for something like Sector. I do own Sector, though. So I bought it and I looked into it. I don't want to make... The thing that I didn't like about using Sector as a base for a project is you have to kind of build around their rules, which is always something that just makes a project more complicated. And at least at this phase of the project, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. But that type of performance improvement does sound like something that's worth evaluating and checking out. I think before I would do something like that, though, I would continue to look more into like so my perspective on using assets is an asset is just something that's already written from a programming perspective. And I'm a programmer, so most of the time I've been a programmer, I've had to focus on optimization. So I'm pretty good at it. And I think that if I can identify where a bottleneck is coming from, I can write code to manage that bottleneck. And I think having as little third-party content in your project as possible is the best thing to go from a programmer's perspective. If I wasn't a programmer, I would probably build around something like Sector, yeah. Or if I was working on something for a large team, with a large team, that can support a custom workflow more easily. Because when you work on large teams, like, everybody's just kind of like doing their own section of the project anyway. but the biggest challenge I found working on a project this size is that there's just so much to do. So eliminating things is, for me, is better than adding things. I also think that maybe if I like had an artist that was working on this project and doing all of the art related tasks, then I might consider something like Sector 2. Like, it's all situational for me. Okay, that took longer than I wanted to, but that's okay. So let's grab some of these buildings and push them over. I'm also thinking, like, at the end of development, I might look at like just chunking, making, like, taking chunks of this scene and compartmentalizing them into other scenes. Because really, all something like Sector is doing is loading scenes asynchronously. And I could write a system to do that. And I think I could probably do it like specifically from what my project needs. You said you see the Aura 2 pop over on the left hand side. I think you were using it for some faraway effects. Are you still thinking of writing your own instead? So I have a test scene where I'm able to toggle all this stuff off. Honestly, so like what Aura is doing is the only thing it's doing is I have it on the player camera. Where's that at? So on this player camera, I just have the Aura camera, and that's it. So none of the lights have Aura, and what it's providing by me having that Aura camera and the settings that I dialed in is just basically like a global fog that works in the sky too. So it's like you get a haze in the distance. I want to pull it out. I don't think I'm going to, at least not right now. We tried putting Aura in Remnants of the Dawn, and man, I regret that. Aura does something funky that I really don't appreciate. It creates hidden objects and hidden components. And when I run Remnants of the Dawn scenes, I get missing component references on an object. and the object is hidden in the scene. So something that they created hidden objects and hidden components, and I can't find them. And I spent so much time looking for it, and it just kind of frustrated me. And unfortunately, I put Aura in this project already, so I don't want to pull it out, because if I pull it out, then every time I press play or make a build, I'm gonna see that stupid warning that says, "Oh, you're missing a component on this object," and it's just gonna drive me crazy because I like to have a clean console. So that's my beef with Aura, and why I haven't pulled it out yet, because I know it's gonna throw errors. Do I like writing shaders, or maybe with shader graph? I want to get into shaders once I start using HDRP, if HDRP sticks around, which would be after this project. I enjoyed it, but I'm not good at it. Not like, it's not intuitive to me yet. Voxel based, I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, I have a feeling Aura's messing up everybody's projects, and that's why it's not a 5-star asset. I think had it not just been doing things like hidden things, it would be fine, because you could just take off the components. I think anytime an asset goes into your project and makes it so that like you don't know what it's doing, that's not a good thing. Like, what type of professional would want to put something in their project where it's just a black box, and then if you remove it, you start getting errors because it didn't clean itself up properly? The effects that it provides are amazing. I will give him that. I feel like it's like you invite somebody over to your house and then they like go and use the bathroom and did something horrible in there, and you come and find a mess. Like, what? And you don't find it until they left. What did they do? Oh my god, I'm never having that person over again. Nixty said he had the problem with Aura on another project. Wow, everybody had that. He tried a lot of things to unhide the objects, and it created an like, yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I thought I found it at one point and I couldn't. Yeah, I did the same thing. You said you create a new scene, search the memory for objects that are hidden, except yeah, sounds exactly what I did. And the developer didn't know how to fix it either. Yeah, from what I understand, he was an artist, not a programmer. Like, it's cool that he made what he made. Like, that's awesome. But yeah, you could see the limitation with that. Josh says he has some volumetric spotlights in the scene. They look awesome, but he's literally making the low light settings just to disable the aura component entirely. Yeah. Yeah. That's, I think in this project I might be okay because I never actually put aura in the scene. But I think it did stuff. I think aura did stuff to this project which puts something in the scene. That's what I think happened. But I don't know, and I don't want to test it with this project, at least not at that point, because I'll just end up spending a day trying to figure out how to remove aura and keep pulling strings, and then realize I wasted another day on that. That's that's roughly enough buildings for right now. I'll just spread these out a little. This is really just kind of like my gray boxing. Wow, that's funny. Like, there's not even a whole bunch of people watching, and two people had this exact same experience that I had. So it's like half the people that are participating in the stream right now have had the exact same experience with Aura. Overall, though, I think it's good to have those experiences because, like, you definitely learn your lesson once you have something like that in a scene that you can't get rid of. Like, I think next time I will test something completely before I add it to a project. How do I want to do this area? I think this is just going to have some buildings here too. Maybe up until like right here. Hey, that's cool, stop motion. I appreciate that you're watching me while you work on your project. And don't forget that I have a Discord channel if you guys want to share your projects at all with other people and get some feedback on them. You're more than welcome to join and share your projects there. I always like seeing what other people are working on. Where's that terrain? There we go. I think when I'm trying to like get into the zone and I don't know what to do, like if I'm not streaming, I like watching other people stream and work on their project. Although I think I typically watch them on YouTube, so they're not streaming live when I'm watching them. Kind of reminds me of like when I was in school and you just have classmates that you're working on the same project with or something like that. Those are always good times. It's always better to learn and work together with somebody than to just kind of be isolated in your own world. I don't know if I'm saying that. Naja Moon says, been using Unity for all of 2 weeks. Feels good to have someone who knows what they're doing working next to me. Cool. Yeah, it took me a long time to learn this. I think I'm on like 9 or close to 10 years. Maybe 8, going on 9. Stick with it and you'll be making some amazing stuff before you know it. There's so much more content available to learn compared to when I first started. I remember when I started, there were no tutorials, like none. If you wanted to learn something, you had to watch somebody that was making a project and follow along on that project. I was trying to learn multiplayer networking stuff, and I just remember watching people's tutorials just to kind of see what they did and try to figure out how it worked myself. Now there's like so many people that create so much great content. I wonder why this texture has that weird seam. I'm gonna have to change it. Yeah, I forget who was talking about hotkeys last time. I think it was Josh. And I recently got this new tablet monitor that you guys can probably see in the lower left corner of the screen. And it has like 20 programmable buttons on the left and right side. I eventually want to get into that and like set up a bunch of hotkeys for Unity just using those buttons. I got to figure out what I want to use them for. Unity just froze on your computer. Yeah, welcome to the club. It doesn't crash as much as it used to. Let's bring some more buildings over. Wow, bring it, like just putting those buildings in as placeholder really helps fill this scene up a little bit. At least visually to help me like create jump off points to figure out what I'm doing next. I'm curious, stop motion, what version of Unity are you using? Are you using long-term support version? Well, Unity didn't used to have long-term support versions. That's something that's kind of new. And those versions are supposed to be stable. Over the last like 5 years, they've just been continuously adding new features that are not really production ready. And unsuspecting users might use those, but if you're using a long-term support version, you should have no problems. Are you using 2018.4? Yeah, I strongly recommend what Josh is saying too. Grab a template from the asset store and you could learn so much so quickly. That's also something that didn't exist in abundance when I started, which is why I made a racing template, because there's only one and it was closed sourced at the time. Yeah, if you open Unity Hub and you look at your installs, and what do? You add. What you want to do is look at the latest official releases. Don't use 2020. You want to use 2019.4 LTS or 2018.4 LTS. And if you use those, you should have a good time. Yeah, 2020, that's going to be buggy. You're probably going to have issues. I would highly recommend you install 2018, or I'm sorry, 2019.4 LTS. That's the most stable current version. Yeah, no problem. I don't think Unity does a good enough job at telling new users that information. Because I feel like everybody that's new goes and grabs the latest version of Unity. I'm going to stay away from that area. I could put some more buildings like right here. So there's going to be a river here. I know that already. Let me go ahead and save everything. And kind of carve that out so I have an idea of what I'm doing. Yeah, I spent about 8 hours yesterday cleaning out unused assets from this project. So it feels good to make actual progress today. I mean, that's definitely progress when you spend 8 hours cleaning your project. But it's not something that's kind of quantifiable. Unity 5.6. What is this, 2015? .6 has a security bug, by the way. I think you're joking, but if you are using that, make sure you have it patched. Okay, so let me check these out again. And turn on my fake water. Yeah, now that Unity Hub's actually finished and ready, I love Unity Hub. So easy to add or remove versions of Unity, update versions of Unity, and manage your projects. The only thing I don't like about it is that it uses editor prefs. So if you delete editor prefs, and like me, I do tool scripting and editor scripting, so I use editor prefs. So every time I delete my editor prefs, all of my projects are removed from Unity Hub and I need to manually add them again, which is a little annoying. Which is funny. I remember when they first launched Unity Hub and you couldn't remove a deleted project from Unity Hub. And I was asking them on the forums about it, and they said that's not a feature that we plan to develop. I was like, who wants to have deleted projects that don't exist on your hard drive still show up in Unity Hub? They didn't really have an answer for it. But I was surprised to hear that they called that a feature that they were not sure if they'd develop. Had I known that it was just editor prefs that needed to be deleted, I would have just done that from the start. Unity's had a rocky road, but overall, I've enjoyed the journey so far. Okay, so the thing about these bridges is that I don't think this one has the right settings yet, and I don't know where the settings are. I'm not going to dig through it. But yeah, this has a lot of geometry. You could probably kind of see. If it's perfectly straight, there's an option that you could make to simplify the geometry. The problem is it's hard to make something perfectly straight if it's not just running like along an axis without a rotation. I kind of want this one to have, I want to put a bridge here. But I think I need it to. I need all of these to be aligned on like the x-axis. So for example, this position is 434.8. But is it the x or is it the z? I mean, it doesn't matter which axis it's on, but this, yeah, this one's gonna be okay. So it would have the same x position and just be offset on the z. But I don't think I want this x position. I think I want to move this over more. Okay, so let's just take all of these nodes and let's use this x position. Paste that in there, update the road, and let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I stopped using Unity 5.6 once they had that security bug. I think it was in 2017 as well. But also, I'm trying to stay with the modern versions of Unity to just continue to stay up to date with all of the new stuff that they're working on. Okay, so all of these kind of just need to be raised up to the same height now. Oh, that sucks. You can't use Unity Hub on your computer? When I was I forget when, something Unity Hub did I wasn't able to open projects either. And I remember contacting support. It took them a week to respond, and I was doing freelance work at the time. So without being able to open a project, that meant I couldn't work. And yeah, they had no idea how to fix it. What I ended up doing was finding some kind of file inside of the Windows system and deleting it. And then it allowed my account to work again. And I was talking to one of the Unity developers, and he told me that I was spreading misinformation or something like that. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I think it was because I did a brand new Windows install and I didn't fully update Windows before I installed Unity. And then after I installed more Windows updates, that's when Unity wouldn't open from Unity Hub. But they just didn't really seem to care about my feedback. But that actually sounds like the same thing that I experienced. But ironically, in that forum thread, I can't tell you how many people responded and said, thank you for giving that advice because it worked for me too. So I think you're probably experiencing some kind of bug. Maybe if you did a full Windows reinstall and didn't install Unity till afterwards, I think then it would work until all of the updates were in. Okay, so pretty sure this is where the bridge is going to be. Let's adjust these nodes a little more. Let me see if I could find the forum post that I made. Yeah, so this is the post when it happened to me. I'll put this in chat. And I don't know if this is the exact same thing that happened to you or not, but this is the post that I had, which was number 28. And then the next post after, I explained where I learned about a solution, and that's the file that I deleted. And then I reinstalled Unity Hub. Yeah. And 7 people liked it, so apparently that was happening to a lot of other people, but yeah. That sucks. Sorry you're having problems with it. Hopefully that helps. All right, so right here, this will be a bridge start. Right here, that will be a bridge end. Yeah, that's good enough. Good enough. Yeah, maybe right over here somewhere will be the waterfall. I don't know how I'm going to set that up, but this is kind of what I'm thinking. You said the problem that you have is it loads until it keeps loading and it doesn't want to show you the screen where you're on the new project that you created. Yeah, that might be a different issue then. The best thing I could recommend is just try to Google a bunch of stuff or try to send Unity a customer support ticket. It might take them a long time to get back to you, but they might eventually be able to help you solve it. And I was drinking that coffee and it hurt in my stomach again. Sorry for burping if you guys heard that. Tastes so good though. Oh, now my back is starting to hurt. So I might stop the stream soon. But I want to keep going for a little bit. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree with Josh. I would give that a try. There's an add button in there. I think that's how you do it, or no, you press locate, and then you just find the exe and hit select folder. That really reminds me of back in the day when I used to have errors with my operating system or something, and I would just reinstall Windows completely. It's been a long time since I did that, but I think 10 years ago I actually used to do that, and I hated it. Google has become really helpful in recent history. I think if you could describe exactly what's wrong, somebody else is bound to have had that same problem. Um, I haven't really done anything too custom with audio, specifically using the Unity built-in mixer or anything custom like Fmod. Um, Remnants of the Dawn was probably the only project where we had a lot of audio, and I ended up just doing some simple scripting. I tried to use the audio mixer briefly. First, I don't recall why I didn't use it. I think it wasn't working the way that I expected it to, and I was just able to custom script stuff much faster. So I kind of created my own mixer, and I put volume, voice, and sound effect sliders in the options menu. And then I had an audio manager in the scene. And whenever those sliders were adjusted, it all of the audio just kind of registered with that manager, and those values were just driven by the sliders. There was no like intuitive mixing or anything. Unfortunately, I think my back is telling me it wants me to take a break. I want to keep working. But I feel like I made a lot of progress today. Me. So sorry about that if you guys are hearing it. Um yeah, I got a new road. I got a bunch of buildings kind of like as placeholder blockouts. Got a new bridge. I got the river that I've been talking about for weeks. And next I can put some waterfall right over here somewhere. Let's update all these roads. I think I really just didn't want to read anymore or learn anymore when it came to using the built-in audio mixer. I was just trying to get the game working as fast as possible. I don't think there's anything specifically wrong with it. See if I could sort this out. Yeah, maybe. I really wanted to use the audio system. I just got to the point where I knew I could get what needed to be done completed faster without having to learn anything new. I think it was really just me being lazy. But we could blame it on being a scripter. I'll take an excuse if I'm able to have it. Hmm. I don't know why Road Architect does that with bridges. Because I think that's still happening over here on this one too, if I were to rebuild this road. I don't think that reset terrain history does what I think it does. I think this is just a bug. Maybe it needs another node in there? I don't know. I'm just going to ignore those for right now, though. You just look through this inspector really quick. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore it for right now. Thanks, Naja. I'm glad you stumbled across it too. Have a good night. You're zoned out from the long silence, and I'm over here just banging away. You know, I will tell you, oftentimes I zone out so much, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the brain can only take so much. We process a lot of information on every single day. And every time you make a project, you have a million decisions to make. I think the only reason I'm trucking away is because I was kind of just in the zone. It was really all the cleanup stuff that I had in this area. When you're painting a terrain, you just like kind of start to feel it eventually. And like all of these roads over here, I just kind of plopped them down. I didn't care about the height distribution between the nodes. I didn't care about the height of the terrain. The same thing with the geometry I was placing. But now that I have all of this content like right here, it's so easy to just like start paying attention to some of the details and like I want this to be the parking lot for the airport. So I know that I should paint it a certain color and I need to start paying attention to elevation. And I kind of just like fell into it, which was great. When I first made this road section over here, I thought I wanted that weird curve like that, but the more I look at it, I don't like that. It's too sharp. I think that's the only way to really get a lot done. I know for me, like when I'm streaming, um, I don't work as efficiently as if I'm just working by myself. Because there's a whole other thing like the stream going on. And people are asking questions, I want to be aware of it. I've spent so much time like preparing to get to where I am now. And like every time I lay down another road section, I feel like, oh wow, I'm getting closer. And it's kind of that excitement where you don't want to stop even though you want to stop. Like I could almost envision this being finished. It's going to take a lot of work until I'm done with the ground level, but it's way more than what I had about a month ago. I'm starting to think about like all of the parked cars I'll have in parking lots. This whole area right here is going to be a parking lot. In these parking lots, there will be like event triggers and stuff. These will probably be meeting areas throughout the game that you would go to meet somebody to start a race. Yeah, it takes a lot to make a game. So anything you can do to kind of like put that end goal in sight and just keep it there. That's really what I've been trying to focus on lately is like, what am I doing? Or why am I doing it? Okay, I want to make a game, so I got to finish it. What does the end of the road look like? Have I grabbed the Unity certification? No. I thought about it. I don't I don't think it really helps you get job. Maybe it will. I don't know. I was looking for some Unity developer jobs, and it looks like nobody mentions that at all. I think that the work you do can kind of speak louder than a certification, but I think it can help. I'm not against certifications. I think that like certifications are probably smarter to get than some schooling because it's easier to get a job with that. But no, I am not going to get it unless someplace that I work for tells me I need to get it because everybody gets it. I don't want to discourage you from getting it though. You if you want to get it, I think you should. It's likely a really good competency test. So, like if you get it, you know that you know what you're talking about. Me personally, I've just never had a need for it. Wow, this road is all jacked up. I remember building this too. What was I thinking? I don't think I was. Yeah, I love Road Architect. It's super powerful. The thing is, it's like you're just it's just a tool to procedurally create the geometry. And once you're done with it, you can do whatever you want with the geometry. So Road Architect can export these as OBJs, and then I could use ProBuilder to continue to modify them. Um, I'm not an actual artist, so I don't use Max or Maya or anything like that, but you could take them into Max or Maya. In the end, I'll have a bunch of like super optimized geometry that I'll be able to do whatever I want with. Road Architect just lets me create that geometry. I think Easy Roads is also very good. I think the learning curve for easy I think that learning curve for either of these is high, but um Easy Roads I think is a little bit more complicated. Just because you need to create your own pieces. And this has a bunch of pieces that come with it out of the box. So you're just able to start creating content that looks good, like just by clicking. Yeah, it'll need some work to push it into place. But as long as you're aware of that, then you could take it pretty far. When I was getting serious about making a racing game, I actually bought Road Architect on the asset store before it was released, and then it was deprecated shortly after. And I think it was deprecated because the community was just being a jerk to the developer. Um, like he really created an amazing tool, but it has some minor issues, and uh, I think he just didn't want to deal with all of the support requests because they were just looking for like the perfect tool. But really, it costed $45. That's what I paid for it, and it's one of the best assets I've ever purchased. And my regret was that I stopped using it after he deprecated it because I led myself to believe that it was not good because it was deprecated. And it was deprecated because it was bad. But that wasn't the case. Every time I went and grabbed Easy Roads and tried to put it in my project, I would just have issues every time. And it would be frustrating because I consider myself pretty knowledgeable with Unity. And I think that a plugin that you buy on the asset store should be pretty easy to use for an experienced developer. Um, and for that reason alone, that's why I always use Road Architect now. But there was like a 3-year period where I just never touched this asset because I thought it was bad. And it makes me wonder if like there's like people that go around just bashing developers because there's a bigger developer. Like, and I'm not trying to say that that's what people were doing, but I don't understand why this got a bad track record. Because to me, it's so much more usable than the mainstream currently available alternative. And there's the developer actually made a bunch of really good tutorials that teach you how to use this. So if you read the documentation and you check out his tutorials, you can just like, it's amazing what kind of power you have. But I think a lot of people just expect things to just work and kind of build them stuff for them. Yeah, I that happened to me with the Arcade Racer Kit. I made the race. I originally made my first racing game template for the Unity store back in 2015, and I gave everybody free updates. I mean, everybody. Most of the people that have Arcade Racer right now, they actually got it for really cheap, like 45 bucks or 25 bucks. And those are the people who complain the loudest and say, I want this and I want that. And if you don't give it to me, I'm going to give you a bad review. And they're basically blackmailing you. And that's kind of like the worst feeling. Like recently I did an update for Arcade Racer and I added support for Edie's vehicle physics. And then I was starting to get some like people who are being semi-sarcastic saying that they want support for other physics packages and that my asset's not good enough. And I'm just like, you guys are ridiculous. Like, really? Me personally, like, when I was getting started with Unity, I would just grab the assets and play with the code. I wasn't afraid to do that. And I think a lot of, I don't know, I just think there's a large amount of people who don't want to do that at all. And it sucks for the good publishers because like they just get pushed away. They get dissuaded because somebody that's very amateur that has no idea what they're doing, or maybe a few people that are very amateur just kind of bandwagon on together. And it's yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just wonder what Road Architect would be if the developer continued to sell it. I think though that maybe the reason they stopped selling it is because they probably got hired at a company, because whoever has the skills to build a tool like Road Architect, like any game company would love to have you so that they could have a proprietary system that nobody else has access to. And that might be like part of the deal, like, hey, we'll hire you and we'll pay you a ton of money. You just need to stop selling that tool because we don't want people to have that type of power. At least if I was a greedy company, that's what I'd do. Well, I feel like this area looks a little bit better now. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot. It took me a while to figure that out. I'm like, wait, these people have no idea what they're talking about. I think that's what happened with Microsplat, because I'm using Microsplat for my terrain shader now. And I looked at it when it first came out, but it had a bunch of bad reviews. And I think it was people who were like fanboys of procedural worlds and they didn't like that there was competition. So like I heard that developer, he was talking in an interview, say he just had a bunch of negative reviews from people who were in favor of the competition. And he would keep reporting those reviews to get them taken down. I was like, that's a shame. Like, and honestly, like, not trying to bash procedural worlds, they make a great product. I love it. But when it comes to having something that's simple to use, like Microsplat is super simple and lightweight. And I completely ignored it because I was looking at those bad reviews. And like those people made my job harder because I could have like I bought procedural world stuff anyway. I rated it very highly because they're good products, but I'll evaluate all of the tools. But I ignored Microsplat because I was like, oh, this is just somebody who doesn't know what he's doing. He's got a bunch of bad reviews. But actually, he's probably one of the better developers that publishes on the store. Yeah, that's exactly why I ended up checking out his stuff because I was using CTS because obviously the default Unity terrain does not look good and you need a better shader. And the problem with CTS was it just always was making my project lag. Anytime I changed a value in the inspector, it was lag. No matter what I did, it was lag. And I'm trying to develop something, not wait for textures to reprocess. And really the biggest thing that I wanted from a terrain shader was just to make it look like the textures weren't tiled. And I picked up Microsplat and put it on my terrain instantly, like just super fast. And I was able to play with a couple parameters and it just worked. And I was like, wow, CTS was the complete opposite experience. Like, I think CTS pushed the mold, but they never really focused on the end user experience. They just focused on the result that's provided. And if you have to actually work in a project that has like 5 gigabytes worth of textures and like you end up loading up all this stuff and it's just always loading, you're you're just wasting time. But yeah, I'll probably use Microsplat from now on and I'll pay attention to other stuff that that guy does because he's really good at what he does. Some of these views are starting to come together. Like, I wouldn't mind driving up this road or down this road. Looks like it'll look pretty interesting. I think I'm actually at the fun part of this. When I first started laying out roads on this big island, I was honestly not having fun. I got a bunch of tunnels, got a pretty cool road network, at least the base road network. Still want to add a bunch of other smaller paths, but this is getting fun. Thanks. Yeah, I think anybody can build something that looks like it's built by a team. The the guy I was working for the last few years is a really talented artist, and I just picked up a lot of interesting tricks from him over the years. He's never done a scene like this big, but last time we built a hotel. It was a hotel in Hawaii, and we were trying to pitch the product to them, a map wall product. And yeah, it was interesting. Like, the project was fun. We did a lot of cool stuff technically, but I think watching him like take a real world location and then build it and then have me optimize it so it runs good. And he was also like employing other artists, so he would have them create content. But at the time we built this project, him and I did it, so he made all of the art himself. Um, and we were hoping to get a contract so he could scale up and hire the artist back again, but that just didn't happen. But anyway, going through that process and watching him build his content, I just learned a lot. That's the guy that I made Remnants of the Dawn with, and I asked him to work on this project with me a bunch of times. But he didn't really have time, and it wasn't, I don't think it was a project he wanted to work on. He wanted to continue working on Remnants of the Dawn. I didn't, because it's hard for me to work on a project like that when I don't know that I'm going to get paid. I don't think Remnants of the Dawn is going to be very successful. It's basically my first real game, so I don't think it's a bad game, but it's not something I want to spend more time on. But he really enjoyed working on the level design and just making levels and content for that game. And he was good at it too. He's basically the one who wrote the entire story. He basically uses whatever he needs to. He mostly works in Max, but he also uses he he tried to use Maya and did it for a little while when we were at the studio, but then he like went back to Max. He's not an animator. He's more of his background is in film and VFX. So he'll like do a lot of hard surface modeling. He knows a lot of interesting techniques, and then he'll take that stuff into Substance Painter, just make it look really good. He didn't make any custom art. Well, he did make some custom art for Remnants of the Dawn. That game we primarily just used the asset store. But he's familiar with all the Adobe tools. He was actually the person who first told me about Adobe Cloud because I had no idea like how to buy software and stuff like that when I was getting started. He's like, yeah, just go get an Adobe Cloud subscription and they'll give you all their software. I was like, oh, cool. He knows how to use all of that. I just use Premiere and Photoshop for basic photo editing. He could actually do UI designs and stuff like that. He's more of a designer. As a programmer, it's a great feeling to work with an artist who is able to do stuff like that. Like anytime there was any issue with any piece of art file, he would be able to take it and just fix it. And if I would tell him some technical things like when we built the map wall software, um, he modeled the hotel. It was like a really basic model of the hotel, but it looked really nice. But he had interiors and all that, and I was like, hey, the best way to do this and get this to run on mobile is to use a texture atlas. And he made the entire scene in one texture atlas, and I was like, that's awesome. And then he built out all of the floors for the hotel, and we ended up doing like a pathfinding system. So like you would enter the room number on one of the floors, and it would just do a pathfinding and draw a line through the hotel. Like the floors would reveal, like reveal them down until like the level that you're at, and then everything below it would be revealed. And it would just kind of draw a line from point to point through the elevator shafts and stuff like that. And it was awesome to just tell him like, yeah, build this, and do it this way. And then I could do that. And having that type of working relationship was really fun. I've worked with a few other artists, and I don't think any of them were able to do that. Yeah, I was actually looking at a video the other day. Let me see if I could find it. It's sometimes fun to kind of look back at the stuff that you build. Maybe it's not in here. It might be on his website. I don't know why it's not on his. Hmm. Oh, it's embedded in his site. Yeah, so this is the hotel I was talking about. I don't see the pathfinding feature being showcased here, though. Oh well. But yeah, when he was building scenes like this, it would always inspire me because I would see them start from nothing and just see the process that they went through to end up creating. Oh, you know what? This was not the one at Hawaii. That's why it doesn't show the pathfinding. But this one had pathfinding too. We actually built this app 3 times. So there were 3 different environments. I think at this point I'm going to call it. I'm going to update these roads, make sure everything just looks good. Nothing's broken. Yeah, thanks. I feel like I accomplished a lot today. I've been a night owl lately, so I'm still gonna probably do a little bit more tonight. Probably start working on those tunnels. I just won't stream that. I think this is the only problem that Road Architect always has. Sometimes these intersections just don't line up right. Well, that's not the only one, but the only really annoying one. All right, I give up. That'll just be that way until the end. Save all this and submit it. All right, that's about it. Josh, thanks for hanging out with me. Anybody else who's on, thanks for hanging out. You guys have a great night. I'll see you next stream.